Good morning or good evening or whatever it is where you might be. So I'm gonna continue today's stream right at where we left off yesterday. And big picture, it was to implement consumption. So I want for my character to be able to get close to an item, pick it up, and then consume it. And I want everything in between to work, but maybe not look at its visually best. So for instance, when we pick up an item, I want that item to be stuck to the character. Probably gonna go with some bone in the hand or something like that. So we won't have any pickup animation or anything like that, but the item will get stuck to the character. And then when we consume it, I want to want the item to be removed, and I want the attribute system to handle the consumption correctly. So that would be the item slowly disappearing and the character slowly healing, pretty much, or getting energy. Yeah, what's up, Brandon? How are you doing today? Yeah, just started this stream. Ferenc, good evening. How are you doing today? Okay. So I did start it yesterday, but didn't get very far. So it's a very, very basic interaction system. I take it you don't like tuition, Brandon. So the idea was to have an interactor component. So anything that can interact with anything will have an interactor component, and anything that can be interactable in any way will implement interactable. Although I'm just gonna see if I have an issue for this in the repository. If not, I think I'm gonna add one just so I can write some things down, structure it a bit. So 1 second. Okay, let's see here. Now I should have a issue concerning this at least. Epic, Warren Tan and Yugi, what's up? How are you all doing today? Just binge watch your devlogs, they are so well edited and fun to watch. Thank you, appreciate it. And good, that was the plan. Implement the interaction system. Yeah, I don't know about that. We'll probably go through a couple of iterations if I know myself, but it's a good start. Good morning, Harukanan. Okay, I just want this issue to, I want to be able to reference it in my commits, and I also want to be able to doodle a little bit here, because when it comes to interactions, type of when it comes to interaction, I want to classify them. So pick upable. So that's one type of interaction, if something is pick upable or not. We also have consumable. Consumable, however, is currently represented by Consumable instance. Consumable, that's one type of interaction. I'm also thinking putting on clothes or apparel, whatever that is called. Probably equipable, even though I don't want to talk in terms of equipment in this game. And so pick upable, this will, like, both items and creatures will be pick upable. Consumable, both items and creatures will be consumable. Equipable, however, probably not creatures, I don't think. What more type of interactions? You have, it's going to be a lot of different interactions, but hopefully, so consumable probably need its own class. Equipable, probably pick upable and equipable don't need their own classes, I don't think. Jugi, is GitHub just for code, or can you version control the whole project with GitHub? It's pretty much a nice front for Git, so you can version control your whole project. I can't recommend GitHub enough. I love it. You can also have, like, you have project boards and anything or things like that in GitHub. So I like to have, when I work in my projects, I like to have everything that is related to the project at one and the same place, and GitHub is perfect for that. Although I started with GitHub just because of the version control. Wolfxy, trying to implement an interaction system, or the beginning of one at least. How about you? I mean, when we have NPCs in the game, sometimes in the future, I guess conversationable. I don't know if that. Yeah. Nice, Wolf. 300 frames. What FPS are you working with? Epic, where did you learn how to make shader code for Unity? I had done some shaders previously, but in GL SL, I think it's called. So the jump to HLSL wasn't too hard. Like, I knew the logic behind shaders. So I just pretty much picked up pieces here and there for to be able to do it in Unity. But lately I've found an extremely nice resource for shaders in Unity. I'm just gonna see if I can find it. I should have it favored. One sec. Could be this one. Yeah, I think this one. This one is I think it's this one. This one is a beautiful resource for writing shaders in Unity, although it's URP specific, I suppose. I'm trying to make a shader which dissolves over time. Yeah, it can be pretty hard in the beginning, but you will get there eventually. I think specifically for dissolve shaders there exists a lot of examples online. Okay, so when I think about interaction system, something can probably be pick-upable and consumable at the same time. Yeah, definitely. But can it also, like, if I'm implementing all of these as implementations of the interface interactable, so let's say that item, where do we have item? Item instance. So let's say, for instance, that I set this one as interactable, and item, for instance, is pick-upable. Am I risking any conflicts? What I'm afraid of is what happens if I have two components of the same items where both components are pick-upable. Maybe shouldn't too hard. No problem. Yeah, that I don't know how to pronounce his name, but Cyanilux, his write-ups and resources are the best. Simply the best. I need to make a shader today for outlining interactable objects. I use HRP, so shader graph should be enough, right? Depends on how you want to outline the interactable objects. I think there exists a function, a method for outlines that's called the inverse hull technique, and that's definitely doable in shader graph, I think. What I'm wondering now, should I implement an interaction type enum? So what type of interaction something supports? Or nah, I think I want to do it with interfaces. I wonder if I can have I interactable, I pick-upable, I consumable. If I can implement it all with interfaces, that might be the best solution for this. I do enjoy shader graph. Shader graph is extremely nice, like instant feedback and things like that, where you can see how it looks at the different stages. But doing things like kernels and some other stuff like that is just tedious as fuck in shader graph. Like convolution and stuff like that. Or I found it to be, at least. Yeah, probably an interface for all of these is the best. Yeah, definitely. So then I wonder... let's see here. What's up, Cypher? How are you doing today? So interaction, let's do a folder with just interaction interfaces. There's gonna be a lot of these. Oh, nice. Yeah, same here. Been up a while, actually. It's still pretty early here in Sweden, so 9 a.m. But I've been up since 4. So I've got a lot of stuff done today already. Yeah, I fell asleep with my son yesterday, so why not? Good morning, good morning. To bed early and wake up early. You know, it just feels nice. Like I went for a jog this morning as well, so like when I was meeting people that were going to work, I knew that I had already been up. I've had gamed for a little bit. I've worked for a couple of hours. I've just done a lot of stuff. It's a nice feeling, you know. Interactable. Let's go with I pick up able. Do I need I interactable? I think I do. And let's go I consumable. Then it hits you at like 2 p.m. Hopefully a tiny bit later than 2 p.m. But we will see. Okay, I'm just gonna start with these two for now, just see how this system might work out for me. Public interface, I interactable. I pick up able. I consumable. So I consumable, but I already have something called consumable instance. So might want to rename this one. Or consumable instance is okay, I guess. He's 5. So time for the real school after this summer. It's gonna be amazing. Consumable instance. So here we have taste attributes and age attribute. It just feels weird writing consumable instance, item instance, okay, I attribute user also, but I consumable. Consumable instance is consumable. Oh, nice. Nice to hear. Depends on what you mean by get better. In some ways it do. Currently everything is snow. I can relate. Extremely strong opinions, yes. Extremely fun sometimes, and not so fun other times. Okay, I'm gonna keep this consumable instance for now, because if we have iConsumable, should probably implement something like void, not void, attribute instance. I'm not so sure about attribute instance. Maybe, ooh, this is hard. I basically want to return both attribute instances and attribute modifiers. But could just create a function for that. It's pretty much going to be a trade between consumer and consumable. So when a consumption gets started, the consumer will add attribute modifiers to the consumable, and the consumer will also get attribute modifiers from the consumable. Let's see here. So maybe but we also have, so that's just the attribute modifiers. For instance, the consumable will get attribute modifiers that decays it, or not decays it, but destroys it. While the consumer will get attribute modifiers like, depending on what he's eating or she, but like plus energy, plus hydration, and things like that. So that's the attribute modifier exchange that will happen. But then, so consuming something will be a process. It won't be something that happens instantly, but rather a process. But then we also have, so the consumable also has a set of attribute instances like taste, how it tastes, and those will affect the consumer. So for instance, a creature that doesn't like sour things, if it consumes something that is sour, the creature will also get into a bad mood, basically. So you could do something like attribute function, it's called now. Attribute function consume. Attribute function. So something like this. This is an interface, so I don't want this one. Good morning, ADM, by the way. I don't know if I missed saying it, but good morning. So when we call consume on something consumable, we send in consume attribute function. That is like, how quick will this be consumed? And what we get back is a list or an array of attribute functions, how the consumer is affected. If eat too much, get tummy ache? Definitely. Yeah, gonna have to work with some, or implement some sort of buff and debuff system later on. So like this trade here between the consumer and consumable is nice. Now it's just a question of how maybe I can solve the taste stuff in a separate call. Because we're basically gonna ask the consumable, we wanna ask it like, how do you taste? And we get back a set of attribute instances. And based on those and the consumer's taste, we want to spawn additional attribute functions, basically. Thinking if I want to make this into a list, because we might want to append stuff to it. So that's consume. Would also like a attribute instance consumable taste attributes. I'm just thinking of all the animations / effects. This is gonna keep you busy. Fuck yeah, it is. And I'm looking forward to it. Although, when it comes to animations for consumption, probably just gonna go with one consumption animation for the character, that is. Some, like old school animations for consuming something. I think it's gonna be glorious. Few frames. I think it's gonna be fun. And then, so I don't know if you were here then, Cypher, but I also talked about like doing some effect on the fruits for like slicing pieces of it off when it get consumed. I did a reference to some Boolean effect in Blender. If I could get that implemented as well, then I can just reuse that one for any consumable, except for liquids. That's going to be a different. But everything that is eaten will be will deteriorate in the same way. Yeah, with the bites. Yeah. So everything that is eatable will deteriorate. Whatever, in the same way, and all liquids will be like removed in the same way. So like the Minecraft eating animations. Yeah, pretty much. I think it's been a while since I played Minecraft now, but animation. Don't we have a quick video of it? Let's see here. I'm a little bit afraid of just pulling up anything here, so let's see. All I get is the first person animation of it. I'm trying to remember how it looked. I've got Pokemon eating animation in my head with like, you mask the face with some cloud like blobs and stick some animation lines around it. Yeah, it's something like that. Or just put the hands up to the face, move the face. Yeah, it will be fun to do, I think. And then, like, for the fruits, or like for the particle effects of the object being consumed, you can just like use the same effect but change the color. So if the character consumes a watermelon, you will have like red splashes. If he's consuming, I don't know, blueberries, it will be blue. Yeah, I think it's going to be fun, but yeah, there's quite a lot of stuff to do. But as for this interface here, I think it's good. Interactor though. Interactor, so the approach I'm looking at right now is something like this. I'm not too sure about this. Can you do a switch of type check? Switch type check C#, or can you do get type? Would be really nice. Okay. Is there any way to avoid even a switch on type? Would be very nice to be able to avoid it. Yeah, I heard about, or I just read, just before I started the stream today, I read about the Riot Games. Firing Wave. Yeah, it's brutal out there. I just saw the headlines, I didn't read the actual content. So I don't know that much about it. Yeah, I can imagine. Would love for this one to be able to, I don't want to check this, interact. Because I think it would be pretty ugly to do if interactable is I consumable, do this, else if interactable, or actually if interactable is I pickupable, do this, etc. But somewhere down the line, because I want to do, or do I, interactable, interactable. Somewhere I think something like this has to be done. I don't think I can avoid it. Yeah, that's true, Calvino, I suppose, unless you're in the war tech business. Yeah, but I'm thinking, like, I wonder if it's been quite bloated these past years, hasn't it? The tech industry, generally speaking. A lot of people doing fuck all. Okay. iConsumable interactor. I wonder if... So I'm thinking about two ways of implementing this. One is letting the interactor be the controller of all this. So this one will call other components, etc, etc. Or interactor is just a highway to the other components pretty much. I don't know. EL Studios Dev, good morning. How are you doing today? Yeah, that sounds a little bit like a tale as old as time, Calvino. Good, dog is a bit sick but nothing serious. Damn. Nice that it's nothing serious, and hope he or she gets better soon. Yeah, that's true, Calvino. Good morning, Ferda. How are you doing today? Interactor. Or do I want to... Fuck, how do I want to do this? Would like to avoid this. Yeah, I'm good. Trying to get some form of foundation for the interaction system in place, because I want to be able to consume something with my character. I want to be able to pick up an apple, for instance, and eat it. And I want everything to work, but maybe not look visually good. That's the idea. Arth Dev Life, thank you so much for the follow, appreciate it. Yeah, that sounds nice, EL Studio Dev. Love Europe. Love it. Okay, would like to avoid this. It defeats some of the purpose of going with interfaces if I'm gonna do it like this. I would like to be able to send it onwards. So like, for instance, iConsumable, that's probably a task for... Oh, fuck me. I wonder if I want maybe Arthur Dev Life. Yeah, it's normal. It's normal, at least here. What I'm thinking is one solution could be to make this, or to make some form of interface that so I can collect. So private void awake. So in here, for instance, I want to do but not interactor, but something like it. So this one holds a list, or yeah, list of interactor. Something like this. And then when we get something like this, interact, we just do interactors, what is it? Where or something, I dot interact, interactable, something like this. And then these interactables, or these interactors I mean, will handle the actual interaction. Maybe we're still gonna do something like this. So for instance, the body definition will be an interactor that can consume and pick up stuff. So it's going to look for consume and pick up. Maybe. Let's see, you could try to make a callback to the interactable maybe, or handling the consumable part in a different component. Yeah, I'm leaning towards the second one there. Raising an event from the interactor that I consumable will get. Yeah, I love events, although something like this is also, so doing it like this is one option. Doing it like this is one option, so then it would be, if it's iConsumable, we do sending it onwards is probably although I'm starting to think that it would be nice if I could avoid this component entirely. I think the when it comes to the creatures and their AI, I don't think I need this interactable, because then we will have an AI brain that tells the creature, for instance, it checks the stats and it sees that it's hungry, so look for food, i.e. look for something consumable. So then we know already that it's consumable. If the creature wants to play with something, maybe a ball, it's gonna look for something like playable or interactable, I don't know. Oh, AI is the forbidden word around here. I mean, the idea of generative AI, so now we're talking these new models, I like it. It's just the basically stealing it does to actually train the model that I'm a little bit against. Or that I'm against, for show. So if I could skip interactor, that would be very nice. So the question is, how do I want to handle interactables when it comes to yeah, Calvino, truly progressive and pretty expensive, I would imagine. At the moment it's slow, expensive and clunky, yeah. But it's getting there. Just like me. I hear that. Input handler, raycast, focused game object. Get information. Invoke primary event. Yeah, here we go. Focused game object, get component interactable, invoke interactable. Ooh. Yeah, fuck interactor, I think. Fuck this one. But okay, so something I've also tried to avoid for a bit is something called, what is it called these days? Let's see. I guess you could say master component or overlord component, or like you have a set of components on an entity and one of them is like the main one that keeps track of the other ones. I like, so for this character, so this one has body definition, player movement, apparel handler, attribute handler. All of them work pretty isolated, but then you would have something like playable character component. But I don't know. Because in the input handler now, I have something like this. We have a primary event I can listen to. So for my character in body definition, I can listen to that one and then check, is this one eye consumable or eye pickupable? If so, do this, otherwise don't do anything. But body definition. Interactor. Okay, let's do it like this. Clear. Yeah. Interactor, no. I'm gonna go body, movement, player movement. Instead, let's rename this one to playable character. I think this is a better option, to be honest. Maybe playable entity. I'm gonna have to check into this, but I just want to get this implemented and see how it works from there. So for this one, private body definition. But I don't know. Maybe this one is a little bit unnecessary. Body definition could do. Okay, so body definition keeps track of the definition of a body. I want it to work with both characters and creatures, but could do something like body control, serialize field private bool input dependent or input controlled, because then you can do, so body definition should definitely have functions for, okay, we do have a lot of get, but it should have public or private void consume. Lots of companies are just wrapper around ChatGPT, and that's a depressing future. Okay, let's wait with this one, implement, but basically what I want to do here is private void start if input dependent controlled, I mean, then I want to add a function, so private void interact. Like this. So if input controlled, input handler dot what is it, primary action dot add, no, primary event, add listener, so if input controlled, we add a listener to the input handler, otherwise we don't do anything. Otherwise, these should also be able to be called like this, I think, because we're probably gonna have to have some sort of master component, unfortunately. So playable, I'm thinking of having playable, entity, and just entity, which could move a few things from this component into playable entity and make this more generic so it can be used with creatures as well, and maybe interact. And then unfortunately this is where something like interactable is consumable has to happen. I'm going back and forth right now. Playable character doesn't seem that bad. Okay, because I need to remember that when the character moves around and when we hover above an object or an item, we want to display options to the player. So what can be done with this item? So pick up, consume. Yeah, I don't know. So playable entity might not be such a bad idea. So it's either going something like this, which will become messy, or I'm kind of liking the idea. So playable entity, this one will be pretty much driven entirely from the input handler, right? While just entity, could say AI entity. Aditya Patil, good morning. How are you doing today? Nice to hear, Aditya. Nice to hear. Yeah, I remember you. Interactable. Hey, can I ask you a question? Yes, you can. Just go right ahead. And then I will decide if I answer it or not. Interactions. Pickable, consumable, equipable, conversationable. Let's put it together. Then you also have type of, or interaction triggers. Triggers might not be the best word, but this is how can an interaction be instantiated. And an interaction can be instantiated in two ways, I would say. So player input, and AI, or actually NPC, non-playable character, AI. This one is a bit more straightforward than this one, I think. I think I understand your question, Aditya, and yes, Blender is amazing. NFTs are the most idiotic and dumb thing tech has ever come up with. There probably exists some other stuff that's even more idiotic. But I mean, it was mostly how it was used in the NFT craze. That was so dumb. I don't understand. The fucking generated images people bought and sold. What the fuck? Worst low effort shit I've ever seen, I think. Now I'm thinking about introducing a interaction enum. I think I need it. Or do I? Yeah. Okay, let me just... do I have any errors? I just want to go through a scenario here. I have a lot of... yeah, let's do this as well. Yeah, there's a lot of scammers around destroying something that could be nice. Starting to become a little bit tired of it, to be honest. Okay, so one scenario I'm thinking about right now. 66. I'm gonna look into this soon. But anyway, so when the player goes around here and hovers on this object, I want to display actions that the character can, what interactions can the character currently do with this one. So it should display pick up, and maybe can have consume. So pick up and consume, and those will be bound to 2 buttons as well. So on a controller that would, for instance, be button west and button east. So button west pick up, button east consume. So then we have that option as well. So if we're hovering above this and clicks one of those buttons, we should trigger that event. So what I'm getting at is invoke primary event. This one should probably be invoke, but apart from the interactable we're gonna do something with, might want interact type as well. So this is the interactable, and we want to interact it with it by doing this. Aditya, if you want to learn Blender, there exists a ton of good resources on YouTube. A ton. Yeah, will it blend? That's some old school shit. But is this a nice way to do it? Aditya, just check one of my YouTube videos. I have my character modeling video has a reference to another YouTuber which has extremely nice humanoid modeling tutorials. Otherwise you can just search for anything. It's okay. You will get it. I'm a bit skeptical. Maybe. And if we have an object that, it's also the case where when we get when we get the components here, interactable, this should probably be get components, because there might exist a couple of components, one for consuming, one for picking up, and so on. You probably can, Aditya. I just haven't been bothered yet. Okay, yeah, I'm pretty sure I just need to get shit done now, so I'm going to commit to this solution, so playable entity. Gonna switch it to that and see what we can make out of that. So, but before I do that, I just need to run AFK real quick, so be right back. Okay, let's do this. 66, no instance, okay. Have I forgot to do an easy check here for hit rigid body dot. Okay, so we hit something. So we hit something that doesn't have a rigid body, okay. That must be it, yeah. So this is null. So probably want to do hit collider. This one is always going to exist. This one might not. So let's do it like if hit dot rigid body else if. Yeah. If we do have a rigid body, focused game object is equal to hit.rigidbody.gameObject. And then we skip this. Twitch CEO, what's up? How are we doing? If we do have a rigid body, base the game object of that one, and if we don't, base it on the collider. Easy. Probably not. I don't know. Depends. Interactor type, probably want this one as well. I don't understand anything. Let's add a interaction type for now. Yeah. Interaction type. Bro, indeed. Let's see, interaction type. Let's do enum. We have none. It just feels like I'm doubling down on this. What's up, devs bios? Obligatory lunch raid. Appreciate it. Enjoy the lunch. Like, now when I introduce interaction type here as an enum, it just feels like I'm doing the same thing twice because we have the interfaces as well. But so maybe it's possible to just go with this one and let... I'm going a lot of back and forth today, definitely. But maybe it's possible to do interaction type. Did I also already have interact type? So type, yeah, we want to do get. By doing it this way, I don't know how. These are needed. Playable entity. And then it should probably be public void interact interactable and interaction type. And yes, if we want to do interact here, it's probably going to be interactable interaction type. And this depends on invoke primary action. So apart from this, let's see. I also want to show what type of interactions we have here. Action, so what do we have? Primary movement action is probably button south. So then we have 3 actions to play with: west, east, and north. Primary, secondary. Or maybe primary, secondary, tertiary. What is it? Primary, secondary. Fuck. Tertiary. Damn. What's up, Samsonite, by the way? Tertiary. Is that how you pronounce it? This one should probably...
Tertiary.
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 Primary, secondary, tertiary.
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 Tertiary. Okay. Wow. Tertiary. Button west, button north. So this is English language, am I right? Sometimes, yes. Star Platinum, what's up? How are you doing today? Primary action, secondary action, tertiary action, tertiary action, I don't know, will be unbound, or yeah, so performed here will be performed for these actions will be empty by default. But when we're hovering something, so when we have a focused game object we're going to populate them with events basically. Although okay, input action, I just need to double check this one. Unity. I'm good, nice to hear, Star Platinum. What are you making today? We're doing some interactions. It's been mostly back and forth, trying to figure things out with all the different constraints and such. Input action, API. I don't like this view of it. Do we have any other? Probably not. What do we have? Parameters, oh, that's construction. Properties, action map. I want to know active control, or let's see here, performed. Performed. Performed, so it's an action with a input action callback context. But can we do okay, this sucks. Would like to be able to clear it. Toggle action dot clear or something. Cancelled, performed, started. So let's see methods. Clone, disable, dispose. Nah. Because I would like to set these, or I would like to set the performed callback on these to calling this function, but with a invoke primary event, but with a interaction type. Something like this. But that's not possible, or not exactly with that approach at least. So, what can I do? I'm going to try out this thing called 3D in-painted mesh. That sounds pretty amazing. I've always wondered what the topology looks like for generated meshes like that. Please tell me about the result later on. Marian, oh god. Oh god, what? Or let's see here. Can I skip? So do I really need to populate these when it happens, or can it just be... Or can I populate it on click basically? Invoke primary event, need to rename that one. And yes, what was this one called? Tertiary action. Okay. Primary event. And then we figure it out in here, although primary event, let's rename this one invoke numbered event. I don't know. Ooh, I wanna do it like this. Invoke numbered event. Okay, because what I think we can do is, although maybe not the best way, but let's check it. So now we have 3 of these. Yeah, let's wait with that one for a second. Okay, so let's see here. Input handler. Actions. Thank you, Samsonite. We'll copy that link and take a look at it after the stream. Interesting topic. So input action, let's add one here. I want to add binding, and for now when it comes to the keyboard, we're just gonna go with, can I do one keyboard? Okay. And second of all, what is it? West. Button West gamepad. Two. And south. No, not south. North. And for this one, 3 and east. Smack My Peach, what's up? How are you doing today? How's the progress? Basically non-existent right now, but wouldn't say non-existent. It's been back and forth. Finally moving a little bit forward. So what I wonder now is, what do we have here? Interactions. Hold, multi-tap, press, slow tap. No. Processes. Okay, so this one. Nah. So the idea is to, these are dynamic, 1, 2 and 3, these action buttons are dynamic. So based on what you're hovering or whatever, they will do different stuff. So based on what the focused object is, they will do different stuff. For a consumable, 1 will consume it, 2 will pick it up. So how would I go about populating that interaction in input handler? If I'm not allowed to have an additional parameter here right now, so I mean, I could do something like, I think, let's see here. Input action callback context. Or couldn't I do something like this? Yes, which would probably be okay. So C and C, or I could even, I don't even need to send that one in. So I could do something like this. The problem then is I want to be able to remove this one. So performed, and I don't have a reference to it or anything. Primary action doesn't have, or performed doesn't have remove all listeners or anything like that. could create a custom function for it or a custom class, but I don't know. Are you familiar with the event bus pattern? Let's see if I am. I'm not familiar with the name, but let's see. Do we have a wiki for it? Is this the publish? In many publish subscribe system publishes post messages to an intermediary message broker or event bus. Okay, yeah. So that's the one you usually implement it with the singleton, right? So a singleton that handles, or yeah. It's basically what I'm doing. It's related, at least, I think. Would love to do this because it's event bus adjacent, yeah. But I would love to be able to do this. This would solve everything. So based on, or when we do, where do we have you? When we do this one, so when we set the focused game object, that's when we assign what happens when these are performed, and we do it based on the focused object. It's so fucking nice, I think, although I can't seem to properly implement it with how input action is implemented right now. So it would look something like public void or private void focus object new or actually focused game object. Do I care about game objects that aren't interactable? Don't think I do, so might as well. Let's see here, focused game object. Okay. might as well. Focused interactable. I wonder. Yeah, let's do it like this for now. Late update dot game. Oh yeah. That's true. That screws it up. Focused game object, private. It's not too bad to do two. Let's do it like this. Focus. Yeah, focus object. Focus game object. These days C# is actually my main language. Like the problem is I don't think it's a language related problem. It's a logic related problem. But although a little bit hampered by this API. New focused game object. So first of all, focused game object or focused game object is equal to this. So instead of doing this, we do because when we focus the game object, we're gonna add or we're gonna populate these actions based on the focused object, pretty much. So if focus game object dot this is why I want interactable, so we have some, or interaction type, I mean. Interaction type, pick up, consume. So if I'm pretty much gonna do interactables is equal to let's call it interactables right now, is equal to focus game object dot get components interactable returns an array. Should be able to do the TLDR here is trying to, okay, so the broad picture, trying to implement a interaction system. I want to be able to pick up one of the items and consume it. More specifically right now is that the controls for this, or the interaction controls, should be dynamic. So for instance, if we hover over a consumable, we should have the options pick up and consume should be displayed, and the player should be able to choose between them. If we hover over, I don't know, a fridge, we should only have the action open available, and so on. So it's currently trying to implement a dynamic control system for different types of interactions. Hope that makes sense. And I want to sort this one. What is the link sort? Let the object inform the player of its actions and then check what actions the player can perform. Yeah, it's going to be... it's pretty much what I'm doing, or adjacent. So what we're getting here is we have a focused game object, so that's a selected game object. Right now we're trying to get all the different interactables of that object, and then we're going to populate these actions with those. Because right now we're pretty much going to assume, or we're doing this under the assumption that the playable entity can do all actions. Or yeah, we can look into that later, but let's see. For now, I want to show all actions that's possible. Link sort list with C# with link order by, that's the name of it. Okay, so I'm gonna do order by interactable type, or interactable. Yeah, we're gonna do interactable dot type, or and we want to sort it by type, but the int value of type, right? And then to array. So right now we get all the interactables on this game object, and we sort them by the enum value. So interaction type. Right now it's these. I'm not a very big fan of that, but we can do public static class interaction type methods. priority. And just do something like this. Default, return 0. So for now, this is pretty much just gonna be the same as this, but that might change in the future. So case pickup or return 1 to 0. So this is the priority, and so we want to order it on not I type, but rather I type priority. And since it's a method, I'm just going to rename it get priority to array. So then I would like to be able to do invoke numbered event. I would love to be able to do so then for each it also something that I need to keep in mind is that if this order changes, if the order isn't the same all the time, then it might screw some things up. Something to keep in mind. But that's a whole other problem. So what I'm thinking is If one item has button west for pickup, then all items should have button west for pickup. I don't want one item to have button west for pickup and another have north. So yeah. Another thing to keep in mind is, suppose you want to allow the player to pick the action by pressing 1, 2, 3 on the numpad. How would you go about that? So I'm not entirely sure what you mean. So like the player should be able to like chain actions. I'm not sure. Like think about the, let's see here. I'm saying that the player could pick the action by clicking on the screen or pressing the button. Yeah, pressing or clicking the screen is not going to be an option in the final product. So basically what I'm trying to implement is the interaction system of Red Dead Redemption 2, if I remember correctly. So you always have one object in your surroundings that is the focused object, and based on that focused object you have different kinds of interactions. And more specifically what I'm thinking now is, shit, I would love to be able to show this in some way. Let's see. Let's doodle. Okay. So one item here, a nice little fruit, beautiful. And then we have the player here. Beautiful. So if the player if this is the focused object for the player, then the options will come up like, okay, if we're doing the gamepad, if it's a gamepad, it's gonna look something like this. Pick up. And then we have a faded option here maybe. Just so the player knows the locations of the buttons. And then we have consume up here. Alright, so that's when the player gets close to an object that is pick upable and consumable. Then we show these two options, and pick up on the button west and consume on the button north. If the player on the other hand gets close to a creature of some sort, the options will be changed. So this creature, it's a little bit big, but it might be pick upable, so that option will still exist. Pick up. Consume, however, not for this creature, but maybe in the future. So that one is grayed out because we don't have any actions assigned to that one. And then on the right one we might have pet. Does this make any sense? Does these scribbles convey the kind of system I'm trying to implement? And then I don't know, then we might have a mountain, pet, then consume the creature. Yeah, maybe. Then we might have a mountain here, so the player steps through to this mountain. It won't be able to pick it up, so a mountain will never be pick upable. So instead the options might look like grayed out because we don't have an option there, grayed out because we don't have an option there, and fuck no, climb. So climb. So I want to be able to show, based on the focused objects, I always want to be able to convey the different interactions that are available and what button to press. Pretty much. Clear as day. My 3 buttons here are represented by these actions. So, and the focused object here, so this one, this one, this one, this one. These are represented by the focused game object. Okay. And the focused game object can easily relay what kind of components it has and the type of those interactables. And right now we sort it on priority, but it's instead it should we should probably have priority. And so when we're working with consoles, or actually it doesn't have to be console, but it can be controller, so players that play it with controllers, we only have X set of keys to work with. So one thing I need to keep in mind or think about, will there ever be a case where we have more actions than we have buttons? I don't think so. If it comes to that, we can probably alter it in some way so that we can avoid it. For instance, consume. This one might not even be an option just straight from the ground. Instead, you might need to pick it up first and then consume it. The other question is, so like pickup, for instance, if I decide that pickup should be button west, it should always be button west. But what if we have, so for these interactable types, I probably want to set a button preference. So then the next question is, will there exist a case where we have 2 interaction types that has the same button preference, and how do we handle that? If you ever have more actions than buttons, then you could have a selection wheel. Yeah, that's definitely true. I'm a big fan of selection wheels. So that is true. And also, I just remembered, later on we're gonna have to base. I want to make this but making it look prettier. But later on the character might have a shovel, or actually some form of tool at least. I don't know how to represent this. A stick with a T. And then we need to base these options of the tool as well. But yeah, let's take it easy, step by step. So first of all, these cases. I would go about it in a total data-oriented manner. I like the sound of that. And focused object has a type. Then when there is a focus event, you map it, pick from dictionary to all possible action types. And then create a new dictionary that has data related to possible and impossible actions, and ultimately render the buttons based on this last data structure. I think I understand what you mean, Smack My Peach. Love the name. And it's something similar I'm going to do. Mercenary Mage, by the way, thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate it and hope your stream went well. And to all the new viewers, in this stream we're stuck on a interaction implementation. It's moving slowly, but it's moving slowly forward. I was about to say steadily, but it's not as steady as I would like. It's a lot of back and forth. Adding the tool actions could be as easy as the object tells the player that I have X amount of actions and 2 of them requires an equipped tool. Will Airways, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate it. Yeah, definitely. Okay, but let's see here, Smack My Peach. And a focused object has a type. A focused object may have multiple types. So we're pretty much fetching the types here, or the types of interactions. So the interaction types. So when we have a focus event, that's basically what we have here. I wouldn't call it an event, but we have an object that is getting focused. So we call this function. You map it. Yeah, we're gonna have to map it some way. So compared to the possible. So basically what we're saying here is that whoever Okay. Let's see here. Maybe. So as soon as we have a focused event, so this is invoke numbered event, or actually could be done. Okay, so any type when we set focus game object here, if focused game object is not equal to null, we invoke an event. different entities might listen to this event. For instance, playable entity. So, or all components that care about that one. And then we let this one figure out what this one can do with the focused object. And we set the actions here. Yeah, maybe. Okay, it's a start. I think, okay, I'm getting all worked up now because I think this is clean and it will work, or it might work. Or let's put it this way, it feels like I have a much clearer goal or way forward than I did 5 minutes ago. So that's good. I'm just gonna run and take a quick lunch before I jump into this. So be right back, 5 minutes. Okay, back. So let's see how this would go with a tiny bit of a different approach. So invoke numbered event, but I would rather have okay, so I want to do it like this. Toggle action, pointer position focused game object. So here I'm going to add a yeah, please do smack. So here I want Unity event. Toggle event, primary event, secondary. I'm just gonna put it here for now. Unity event, I interactable. We're gonna do game object, focus event, and this is very good because then I can have a graphical component that highlights an object which will also listen to this one. So that's very nice. Do I already have Unity event? I still need to do this. Let's do input event. No, it should be more. Let's see if it works like this first. So Unity event, focus event. Might want to change these to actions as well, or to do, possible to do. Focus event, new Unity event. Pseudo data structures, apple, pick, eat, creature, pet, pick, mountain, climb. Focus apple returns pick, eat. Okay, I get you, but let's say that there exists. Does that data-driven solution become like, let's see that there exists 100 different interaction types. Is that solution going to send around data sets with 100 entries for every interactable? So focus game object here. I also want to do, let's wait with this one. If focused game object exists, then I want to do focus event invoke focused game object. Okay, so now anything that's interested in the focused game object can listen to this event now. Yeah, exactly, Calvino. So that's why I'm like the data structures we see here. Create all possible elements, pick returns, pick true, eat true, pet false. So that is what it would return for. What is create all possible elements? Okay. Focus apple returns pick eat. Yeah, that's good. Okay. But so like this is extremely similar to what I'm doing already. It's just that, okay, so let's see here. The definitions here for what you can do with an object, like pick or eat, that is dependable on which interface they implement. And so type here, get interaction type. And focus apple returns pick eat. That's basically what this one. Create all possible elements. So we're around here. Yeah. So I guess the approach is pretty similar. It's just a question of how to implement it exactly. Okay, so here we have player entity. Just gonna do private void focus game object for now. So as soon as a focus event is triggered in input handler, focus game object is called. and we send in this one, and so the like choose to do this one instead, or in player entity instead of input handler. Right. So interactables, what we have here is this. And then you can also take, so when you have, these are all the possible interactables that the focused game object allows on itself, and then you can also filter this one. So could do something like let's see here, private, do a test, make it log to console. Yeah, we're a little bit off from a test right now, I think. Need to add some additional lines, but private dictionary, interaction type, wonder if I want to do something like this. No. Okay, this one doesn't exist now, but if we would go with I interactor and interactors, TDDO, what does that mean? So here I would like to do something like, ooh, maybe. This is nice. Interactors is equal to game object get components interactors, or I interactors. I need to sort it as well. Oh, test-driven development. Damn, it's been a long time since I've been doing something that closely resembles test-driven development. Tower defense development. I fucking wish. Why bother with sorting at this point? Are we talking about this one? But basically the idea here is this one. So I would like to sort, or like base. I think it would be nice to have them ordered like this, because then we don't need to do Otherwise we need to do a check every time we call interact. So I'm thinking like we keep a dictionary of all the interactors on this entity, and we sort them based on interaction type. So if we get an interact here later on with interact type of consume, then we can just send it into all the interactors that use or that consume something, basically. Instead of doing the thing, console log the thing that it should do to check that the data flow is correct. Yeah, but what I'm saying is that I don't think I even can run this at this point. Yeah, exactly. It's all... Yeah, so it's really not... It's not really a question if the data flow is correct. It's more how the data flow should be. If that makes any sense. How the data flow should be structured. But I think like with smaller iteration you can adjust the flow, definitely. So let me put it this way. I think this is like as soon as I get this one, like when the full flow to this function is implemented, I'm going to test it before I go deeper with interactors. That's the reason why I have just put them as comments right now, because I'm not implementing them just now. I'm just leaving notes like this is the path forward I can take. Yes, it is. focus game object, do we have focus event? We have it here and we do invoke it. Invoke numbered event, we don't do this one. Okay, let's slowly move forward a state where we can actually console log it then, or debug.log it. So, focused game object, this one is set. Here, so in every update we do, I don't care about that. Okay, so for the old focused game object we hide the information displayer, then we do a raycast, we check if we hit anything, if we hit a rigid, if we hit anything we try to get the game object of that one. So we do get a game object, we set it, or like we set this one to whatever we found, could be nothing. If it's not null, we invoke the focus event. The playable entity right now checks this focus event. We add listener focus game object. So we get into here. The only problem now is that interactable, nothing implements this one right now, I don't think. Yeah. So, playable entity. What we would like to do here then is every interactable has a type. That's good. Although, could a component have multiple interaction types? I guess so as well. Yeah, but this is like, think about this as components. So I could structure it as you have a pickup component and you have a consumable component. Consumable stands for eat and pickup component stands for pickup, which means that in that case, a component wouldn't have more than one type. Like an entity might have multiple interactables, but a component, the question is if a component has multiple interactables. Yeah, so either an apple has one interactable, but it has two subtypes, or an apple has two interactables with one subtype each. Classic OOP dilemmas. Yeah, so what I'm talking about is, so right now, where do we have it? Consumable instance. My brain resonates more with the one I interactable implementation, but then 2 subtypes. Where does the apple come from? So many questions, so few answers. It's more about, okay, so with the current implementation, item in or consumable instance is a subclass of item instance, and I'm not sure that's how it should be done actually. Consumable instance might be its own component. So for an item object, you add a item instance and you add a consumable instance. That's a bit more component-based programming than object-oriented. Cypher 5, yes, yes, and yes, I think. Star Platinum, yes, I am. Is there a real reason for consumable instance to be a child of item instance? They're not going to share that much. Ooh. Consumable by whom? Now we're asking the real questions, but yeah, other objects. But it's true. Okay, I was thinking about splitting consumable instance, making it not a subclass of item instance, because then item instance returns pick upable. Consumable instance, let's see. Oh, this is hard. Good luck with the walk with the dog, Calvino. Can you turn into a pig? Don't have any plans on implementing that just yet. We'll see in the future. Okay, I'm still thinking about like going a bit more component based than inheritance based here. So consumable, Jesus. because there's really no reason for this one to be a subclass of item instance. I don't think. I'm pretty sure. So that would mean I want to do some doodling again. But that would mean that, for instance, an object apple prefab would have components item instance, which has interaction type inventory inventoriable, whatever. It has a component consumable instance, which has the interaction type. Why do I always keep mistyping this? Consumable. And then it has something like object definition, maybe, which has the interaction type pickupable. Jugi, thank you so much for the follow, appreciate it. Am I making any sense here? Instead of having a Apple prefab be just item instance, which has interaction type inventorable, consumable, and pick upable. And this is actually a consumable instance. I think this one is better, because item instance, okay, so this one keeps track of inventory related stuff. Object definition, this one keeps track of, I don't know, weight, bounds. So this is pretty much the equivalent of body definition, but for an item in the world. Consumable instance only keeps track of whatever happens to this one if it's consumed. I think this is the way to go. Which means that every component, every interactable will only be able to return one type. Pretty sure that's the route I want to take. It feels good, like we're isolating the functionality as well to the proper components. Ferda, did you try GitHub Copilot? No, I have not yet. I have so many things in my pipeline. Like, I have so many lists and to-dos, but hopefully sometimes in the future I will get the time. I use Copilot at work. Haven't you talked about Copilot previously, Cypher? I think you have. But but you like it. That's I was going to ask. If I remember correctly, you do. I hear many good things about it all the time. I just need to get the time, I guess. Okay, but this... Although... Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. Boilerplate / repetitive stuff. Yeah, I can imagine. That's hitting the spot. SDET, a software development engineer in test. Okay. Okay, then I guess you know everything about TDD. But as for the second sentence, do it. Okay, I think I'm gonna switch it up and change it like this. Although, yep. So consumable instance. Fucking hell. I hate being like... The place I'm at right now is like... It feels like I'm in the middle of multiple solutions. Like at least 4. And I'm being dragged in each direction. And they all come with their own pros and cons. I'm just having an incredibly hard time choosing which one. But consumable instance, but maybe rename it consumable. Consumable. That's weird, but we'll probably have something like creature definition later on, which will also be a consumable. And then we have object definition. Pickupable. Pickupable. That's a weird one. Inventorable. That's even weirder. Because in pickupable, we're also gonna have to pick up something. So, although we have, let's see here. Consumable. Here we have consume list attribute function, consume attribute function, consume attribute function. In pickupable, we're probably gonna have something like bool pick up and I don't know. Collectible. Yeah, that's a way better better name. That's true. Bool pickup. And I want like something like float source strength or something like this. Because for some objects, to be able to pick up some objects, the one doing the pickup needs to have be strong enough. Okay, wait. Pickupable is still okay. So collectible feels like it replaces inventorable. Pickupable though. Or pickupable, pick up. Okay, I think I'm pretty certain I have a correct, or I have a implementation I'm happy with right now. So I might as well just commit to it and we will see where it leads us. Alright. Pickable. Yeah, pickable might be better. I'm questioning my own sanity right now. So, collectible and pickable, maybe. Yeah. Okay, so first of all, what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove this one. We're not going to implement that one anymore. Okay, but it's going to be mono behavior still. Okay, so it's pretty much its own. maybe just pick up, to be honest. I think I saw an answer. Let's see here. Interface style or naming convention C#. I saw something that I did agree with a little bit, and can I find it again? Here. So I like interfacing or interface naming of this. Let's see here. Here, like based on the functionality they provide, as well as what type of interface they are. So, okay, so I wouldn't say that all inanimate objects, but like I like to name the interfaces after what type of functionality they should be able to how should I put this? Okay, I'm just like I'm not very good at putting this into word right now, but I think my point came across. Damn, I'm starting to become a little bit tired. Maybe a new cup of tea would be nice. Can't forget put downable. That's true. Pick upable, put downable. But collectible, pickable, and consumable, those four are still nice. Well, did you work through halfway through lunch, Harukanen? Das ist nicht gut. Okay, consumable instance. I'm wondering if just consumable and I attribute user and I consumable. And then we want to implement that one, so it's public attribute function consume it's a list. But then again, I don't need this one. I don't need this one. Good luck with the nuking, Harukanen. Consumable. I don't think any other component will ever exist. Like, consumable, I can add this to items, I can add it to creatures, I could even add it to, I don't know, a stone. I could add it to anything. So adding this component makes that thing consumable. Would love the same to be true for pickupable. Yeah, maybe it is. Liftable, pickable, keepable, eatable. Liftable, pickable, keepable, eatable. I like them. I like them. Rollable, definitely gonna have that one. Interactable. Oh, fuck it, let's do it this. Shorter the better. Yeah, sometimes I suppose. Interactable is going to return attribute user. Probably want this one here, I think. Gonna do public interaction type. I'm gonna call it interaction type. Return interaction type consume. Yeah. Oh yeah. So, consumable instance. Isn't this nice design? I'm like second guessing myself all the time, but like, so everything that can be consumed in this game I will just slap one of these components on it. Bam! An input handler and whatever interactor will handle the rest. Maybe. Consumable instance, what do we rename this one? So when it comes to all of these interfaces here, we're just gonna have interactable. Seems logical, yes, I agree. So it's a bit more component based than actually object oriented, but still. Okay, let's see. Interactable. Okay. Where do we have it? Playable entity 2929. interaction type get priority to array. Okay. Item instance doesn't do that much right now. Information displayer. Entity, what do we have? player entity. Object definition. Object definition. Maybe. Okay, so here's one thing. In item instance right now we do information displayer here, where we add a component that is information display. Let's see. Bounds and colliders. Oh yeah. Let's see here. Playable entity. Okay, so let's go with okay, before I continue, so now I'm just gonna, or before I continue with the implementation, let's add a consumable to my, let's see here, prefabs, items, consumables. These three right now, they only have, they do have a consumable. Okay, nice. So this one didn't get removed, instead the item did get removed, so that's good. Game object spawner, we want that one to be, I want to move this one up. Attribute handler, consumable, and I want to move this one up as well. And I also want to add a item instance to this one. Here, forgot this one. Cherry, want to add an item instance here as well. And want to add an item instance here as well. D-Train, thank you so much for the follow, appreciate it. Okay, so pairs right now, or consumables in general, they have an attribute handler, they have an item instance because they are items, and they have a consumable component because they are consumable. Right now the item instance only adds an information display component. I'm okay with that. But will I be able to hover? If I hover over one of the objects, let's say a pair, then it's consumable, and consumable implements interactable and returns the interaction type consume. So when we hover above it, we will find it and we will call focus game object, which sets the focused game object, but it also invokes this event with that one as a parameter. And the one that listens to this one right now is playable entity. And what it does is, so when this event happens, focus game object is called, and we get all the interactables on that object. We order them by priority, put it to array, and then finally let's do interactables in interactables. Welcome back, Helvino. Yes, I think so. It pretty much just recently loosened up. What would I do if the game was already done? So what I want to do here is debug.log. Let's do interactable. I pretty much just want to log interaction type here. And it's a focused game object, so let's see, debug.log focused game object dot name plus let's see what happens. Okay, no error at least, so that's good. But no prints. This one bothers me a bit, but that's okay. Let's see. Okay, so one issue might be or actually, okay, let's first of all, one issue was that when I move my mouse away from an object, we still show information about it. I don't know about that. So focused game object, get component, information displayer, hide. Don't we do this anymore, or? Focused game object. Yeah, look here. Let's see. In every update we do this one first of all. In late update, and then we set it. So the next iteration, the one we set here should be this one. We just switch focused game objects down here, yeah. So this is just weird. Random T-Sun, thank you so much for the follow, appreciate it. This is a little bit weird. There's something weird going on, but... Invoke numbered event, we don't do this. Yeah, probably gonna do that. Just feels... Okay, we're gonna do a few things. Let's debug log. And I also want to check, do we even get input handler? Invoke, and I also will see. Here we have the bug logs. It should be okay. Let's try it with some fucking prints. Terrain. Okay, so characters still. Ooh, I think I know. I do know. So I want to fix that first. So, or do I know? Yes, I do. If hit rigid body, then set it to. So we okay. So whatever we hit. So we hit a collider. Else if not focused game object. What the f... Oh yeah, this is... Ooh, this is leftover code. This is not good. This is not good. This is how I want it to be. I didn't really get this one though. Pretty sure this one is solved right now, so let's remove that one. I hope. Yeah, okay, good. Invoke focus game object. Oh, whoa, we do get invoke all the time here. That might be a little bit unnecessary, I think. We call invoke quite a lot, but playable entity, this one never gets called because I haven't added it to the playable character, I'm pretty certain. So let's see. Character, yeah. Playable entity. Terrain interaction types, nothing. Pair interaction types, consume, nothing. Put terrain. Cherry interaction types, consume. Player interaction, nothing. Oh, that's good. Consume. Okay, beautiful. The apple has a mind of its own. Yeah, it's a wild thing. Let's see. I just off stream. Okay, so this works. This is nice. Okay, so what more do we have? Input handler. So right now this one invokes a focus event. That's good. Playable entity. So right here we get the different interaction types. So right now for Apple, for instance, it's only consumable. Item instance. Okay, but to summarize, right now I have the feeling of like this is the way to go. So interactable, where do we have you? Always, so every component can only have one interaction type. So if I want something to be consumable in my world, then I add a consumable component to it. Makes so much fucking sense. If I want something to be collectible in my world, i.e. be able to put it in an inventory or some form of, I don't know, chest, refrigerator, like put it somewhere, then it needs to implement item instance. Or it needs to have the component item instance. Makes so much sense, if you ask me. If when it comes to pick upable, if something is, if it's possible to pick up something, so pickable, then it should probably have some form of entity component to it. If something, yeah, I think this is the way to go. I guess I'm gonna have to find out tomorrow. But the problem still, there still exists a problem of primary, secondary, tertiary action. So like, how I want to display that and how I want to bind an action or an interaction to the buttons in question. And interaction type, this one is going to be quite big in the future as well, I think. Yeah, I'm gonna have to make some form of diagram or something that talks about all of this. But yeah, I think this will work quite well with the attribute system that is already in place, or somewhat in place. But yeah, I'm happy that we finally arrived at something, some sort of solution, and I'm going to continue with it tomorrow, because unfortunately I don't have more time today. But yeah, it's been fun, even though it was at a standstill pretty long. But I will be back tomorrow again, 9 AM Central European Time. And hopefully I will see you then, and have a great rest of the day. Lovely Smack My Peach. Have a nice day. Yeah. Have a nice day, everybody.